in like 70 days, which is not that long at all. And so he just told her like what I told him to do, which is just be like, all right, look, I'm doing what I need to do for myself. I'm making improvements for myself. I'm not making them for you. And I love you. And basically, like, I want to be with you, but if you don't want to be with me, that's fine. I'll move on. It's no big deal. And then immediately thereafter, she just became putty in his hand. And she was like, no, 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 I want to be with you and all this stuff. And she's kind of doing some flip flopping, but um, I just thought that was an interesting one. Well, that's what I asked too. And I asked, how much did he give her? And she has a job, but it doesn't pay very much. And she needed a little bit of money. And so he's given her money for stuff. And I told him, like, there's some stuff that you can do that could make this like he's coming to the United States to go to college, and like there's an issue, like she's a virgin, so she just doesn't know what she wants out of like a relationship. She's never really been in one longer than a week. No, I don't think he's getting scammed. No, it's not. He's not getting scammed. He hasn't given her a lot of money, just like a little bit, just to um kind of get by. So, oh yeah, definitely. Like I think video sex. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I've met her as well, and well, in here, and she, um, she's just very antisocial, and I mean, she's young. She's 18, so she's like got her whole life. He's 21, so they're like similar age, and he's basically going to like dedicate his life to her. I mean, I've been honest with him, like, dude, this isn't the girl for you. You're gonna get to the United States, and there are tons of chicks here, and you can probably find a hotter chick and probably a nicer chick to you. So don't like get your hopes up or whatever. I just find it interesting that men can dedicate all this time to a woman, and then that woman basically can be like, oh, I don't know what I want or whatever. She can just be flip floppy. And the second that he's like, all right, well, I'll go find and do something else, she comes back and she's like putty in his hand. She's like a puppy. And so the girl I'm talking to, like, clear that we don't want anything to fuck each other. It's not, you know. Okay. But the issue is, she doesn't want me to go over there because she doesn't want me to go over there. She doesn't want me to like see what her life looks like. Yeah. And then yeah, getting here, coming to Australia and her traveling is an achievement, but she's just not in a position where she can do it right now. Yeah. I mean, it's an achievement for her to get the thing. I could go over there uninvited, but then I'll just, like, it's fun. That'd be creepy as fuck. What? To go to the United States uninvited and just surprise her? It wouldn't be. Why would it not be?
Like, she'd be aware I was coming to like tell her. I'd tell her friend that I was coming for to go there, but she's like, yeah.
But what'd you say?
I would be able to tell her friend if I was coming to go there, then I just don't want her to lose that. Like, I feel like she wants to come here. There's some achievement for her to come here. She doesn't want me to go over there to like see what it life looks like. And I feel like if I do that, then we're not going to spend as much time together as she can here. So I have to wait.
I gotcha. Are you sure she's not? I mean, dude, she's probably in a relationship. Let's be honest.
100% not.
Why do you say 100% no?
Yes, I know. Okay. I know things about her that I'm not going to disclose. Yeah.
Are you sure she's not getting it on the side from some dude?
I'm not going to say things.
Okay, but there's a chance.
She probably is, but she's not committed to the dude.
There you go. So she is getting it from some dude. All right. Well, that's fine.
She's not committed. She's not committed. Yeah. That's all I can say.
Okay. I mean, do you think she's more committed to you than she is to that guy?
Yeah.
Okay. What makes you think that?
No.
I mean, she's had she's she's had sex with that guy, and she hasn't with you.
She's on the other side of the wall.
Yeah. No, I get that. I'm not denying that. All right, dude.
I can really not disclose too much about the situation.
That's cool. That's cool. You maybe she whatever. All I know is that I have a new game to play, and I think you're really gonna like it. So it's mini it's table soccer, but instead of you go then I go then you go then I go, we both choose two guys at the same time to go, and on top of that, you don't have as many players. Okay, so you're gonna be confused at first. I'm gonna pretend, or I'm gonna kick the ball, and then you want to go. You want to pick two guys to go, just like you normally would, but not just one, two people. There you go. Oh, that's a goal. That's a big time goal.
Okay.
Oh, pimp.
You just won.
I don't know if I won. Oh, dude, you just changed the game. Oh, big time. So, do you know what the dragon attack is?
Yeah. So we go at the same time.
Welcome.
This is harder. Oh, your whole mind.
Dude, the person knows they're hot micing. Just
I can play offense and defense at the same time.
exactly.
Oh, shit, holy shit. Wait, I'm gonna get the ball before you. I'm way closer. You're gonna fuck this up. We didn't even shoot.
I know, I was muting that person.
That sucks.
Yeah, it does. That's okay, I've got the lead.
Fuck. Fuck. This is not good for me. This is not good. But I'm feeling this.
Oh, dude. Dude, I don't know what to do here.
Anyone who don't know still, I fucked up harder than you did. I think I know what to do here. Just defense. Okay, that was good. That was good.
That was very good.
And very bad. Oh, what? Hey, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
What's your favorite Kid Cudi?
I don't know. I'm not huge into Kid Cudi. How about you? What's your favorite?
Soundtracks and all that.
Tight. Sounds cool as fuck.
Oh, Pursuit of Happiness.
Tight.
I'm on my pursuit. Let's carry it. Wait, you got carry it.
I've been doing it live since February 14th. You can come in sing whatever you want. Oh, are you serious?
Hey, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Beach Boys over Beatles.
Beatles.
Really?
Yeah, nobody's gonna pick the Beach Boys over the Beatles. The question is not Beach Boys or Beatles. It's Rolling Stones or Beatles. Are you gonna be able to score in time?
Yes. Oh, fuck.
Oh, get in. Pass.
What's the best?
Pass.
What?
Big shot here, Zoot. Big shot. Oh yeah.
Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings?
Oh, that's a good one. I really. Do you include The Hobbit in Lord of the Rings?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, then Lord of the Rings. If you don't include The Hobbit in Lord of the Rings, um, maybe Harry Potter. Have you read The Hobbit?
I've read parts of the Hobbit, yeah. I've read the first, like, few chapters of the Hobbit, but not read the Hobbit.
I like The Hobbit more than Lord of the Rings, and it's not. I just Lord of the Rings is so long.
Movies or the book?
Both. They have this person who did something that I think is really cool. They are like an amateur video editor, and you know how they made The Hobbit three different books or three different movies, even though it's one book. And if you didn't know that, they did. They took it and made it into one normal sized movie, and the normal sized movie is really, really good. Like the books or the movies currently, as they stand, are just it's too long. I mean, I don't know. I might even watch it today. You know what I've been watching for the past couple days that I haven't watched in a long time is The Office.
Yeah, a lot of people don't like the Hobbit, and a lot of Lord of the Rings. A lot of people just like, but like the big one.
Dude, I can't believe you didn't even score in that game.
Yeah, the problem with the Hobbit is like, the movies, they split them into three parts instead of just making like the different book. There's only one Hobbit book. There's three Lord of the Rings books, and then they split the Hobbit into three parts.
That's exactly right. They just did it for money. And I understand. They could have just made like $1 billion with one of them, maybe 2 billion with one of them, and they made three of them, so they made like $3 billion. That sucks that you did that.
I mean, they could have made it better.
You need a perfect round. 777. Oh, dude, that was almost amazing.
They could have made, well, they could have made the Hobbit better, but they. I don't.
When I first read The Hobbit, it was like I got so into it, and I like built this whole world in my mind, and
Was that before the Lord of the Rings movies came out?
yeah, so it was like in the late '90s when I read it, and it was just I don't know. It's probably the first book I ever read that was really like fantasy, like pretty hardcore, and where there's like magic and like invisibility.
Like, when you saw the Lord of the Rings, was it the version you put in your mind was like that?
Yeah, the first time I saw the Lord of the Rings, I think it was the first or second one. I can't remember. Um, I went so like I was a pretty cool. I'm still cool, but I was pretty cool in high school, And I was so cool in high school that I had friends in college, and I went to the movies, and I went with my friends from high school, and my friends from college came, and they sat in the row behind us, and they made fun of it the whole time. Not because it was a bad movie; it's just really long, and so I think it bothered my friends from high school, and it was distracting. But I understand it. It's a really long movie, and most of the movie of all of them, they're just walking. It's literally just walking. The guy who split the Hobbit up two condensed it into one part. He didn't take anything out of the of substance except the walking. The walking just is. It takes so long.
And water?
Yeah, the walking is like takes like of a 9 hour set of movies. It's like 6 hours.
No.
Both. They're just walking a lot. Oh, dude, you beat me, and I only had one. You had a perfect round. Oh, no, you didn't. Oh, we.
Okay, in the Lord of the Rings, though, that the events happen throughout like 19 years.
Right.
In the books. In the books.
Oh,
The
Zoo.
movie makes it. The movie makes it look like the whole everything happened within a week.
Right. There's always been that question, too, at least in The Hobbit. I mean, I don't know everything that well, but I think you're familiar with this point. Okay, there's a part where they get away from the orcs, and the eagles pick them up and fly them to like another place. And there's always been the question, they like fly him to the forest or something, and there's always been the question, yo dog, why didn't they just fly him all the way to the mountain? And then there's, then you it's a plot point that's an issue. Zoot, have you seen the American version of The Office?
Oh, do you want to
Zoot, you have to answer my question before I answer anything.
Yes.
You have seen the American version of The Office?
Not the whole series, but you like.
Did you like it?
No.
You did not like it?
No. Why?
Did you ever see the UK version of it?
Yeah.
Do you like that one more?
It's quite boring.
Do you think they're boring?
I mean, they probably both have their moments. It's just like me. Do you like The Office?
Love it. In fact, I so they put out the Office ones, like the Office in, I don't know, it ran from like 2004 or 2005, 2004 I think, until, or maybe 2005, until like 2013. And each episode generally would be like 22 minutes because you've got advertising in there. Well, they actually made the show 30 minutes long, but they just had to cut out a lot of stuff. And so recently, in like 2021, Peacock the company owned by NBC, put out what's called the Superfan Edition, which gives you all 30 minutes. And while it doesn't necessarily um, give you any more, like it does, it's not always consistent with their story. I find it, I find them, it's just more content, so I like it. And so I've been watching those recently, and it's neat. It's like it's this thing. It's like I don't know. It's like a book that you've read, but it's like missing parts of it, and now you get to see the parts that they
Do you want to
d- didn't include. Did I what?
do you want to read a fantasy book?
Um, I started to when I was in like seventh grade, and it was I think very good, and it was very much like Lord of the Rings, but realistic. It didn't have like magic and stuff, but it was like a medieval book. And I remember writing it, and a teacher saw it that I was writing a book and not paying attention in class, and told me I couldn't write it anymore, and so I had to stop. And yeah, but I had like a whole notebook filled with like a story, and it was just basically like stories of like knights and a castle and things like that. I mean,
Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
what's that, Zoo?
Fantasy books, but it's like concept. It's all metal. Where's the one that's more like I don't say anyone that were like ancient Egypt, but like a fantasy about like ancient Egypt that's like set on like number one.
There you go. My book, the thing that made it different than books than I've ever seen is I had a map, and it had like different parts of this city, this fortress, and instead of just learning about the king and the queen and the prince and princess and all that, you learned about everybody in the town or like everybody in the kingdom. So you got like all their backstories. It was just really in depth, and I remember the map that I made was just really cool. And but it's one of those things like a teacher can come and be like, "Don't do this." Yo, what up, Brad? How you living, pimp? What's good, son? Can you hear us, Brad? Whatevs.
How come there haven't been more books like with AI coming out? How come there haven't been more books written with like what is coming out that they can use to help with AI?
There are. They're like entire series. I think a lot of books, believe it or not, like my favorite series of books, I don't know if it's my favorite, but it's unique. I really like 50 Shades of Grey. In fact, we've watched them on this podcast or listened to them like for months on end. And
Like Twilight?
I've never read it, so I don't know.
It's the same book.
Yeah, it basically is.
You know, 50 Shades of Grey took inspiration from Twilight.
Yeah.
50 Shades of Grey is Twilight.
Okay, but basically, I think those books could have potentially been written with AI. I'm not saying they were, but or like a group of authors. I know they say it's just one author, but same with the George R. Martin books. I don't always believe that they. I even think that Harry Potter could have been written by multiple people. And when you tell,
One of
And when you tell a person
Well,
who really likes Harry Potter that, it's like shouting down their religion. They hate it.
Lord of the Rings is Lord of the Rings and audio are pretty fun. Multiple people. They had a whole book club. I'm trying to remember. There was like four of them. They're all really famous authors, and they all know.
Right. C.S. Lewis, J.R.R. Tolkien, and other guys.
Yes. They had all had other books. All of the other famous ones.
I don't know. All I know is that you're not playing as well as you normally do.
Yeah. The English.
So remember that time I sent you an invite and just waited on you? Do you do you remember that time I sent you an invite and then just waited on you? Zoot, do you think it's fun to play with you? It sucks. Everything is about you. You're very selfish.
Okay, so the only fucking people I've heard of the National Spring is, yeah, yeah.
Zoot, am I just playing really well or are you playing really shittily?
I'm playing really well.
And I'm playing balls to the walls, baby. I'm gonna get this 16.
Who would you rather me?
I just got it. Zoot, I just got it. Get that 15, son. Zoot, you lost again. I think I'm better than you are at least today, at every game we play. Prove me differently. There you go. That was good. 61 points. Get that 20. Get that 15. You gave me an opportunity to win, Zoot. Are you serious? Yeah, not if I go viral, because I'll just keep cameras going all the time. Now, there are people who might be able to track their children's lives better because while because live streaming wasn't a thing, it was not technologically possible when I was a baby. Though my parents do have a lot of footage of me comparatively with um, what most people would have. Like they had a camcorder and took a lot of video of me.
Do you think that? Do you think that would be ethical to stream someone's whole life onto the moment of their death?
Well, it's I've met the first person, at least met them virtually. The first person that had that done. Um, they were born in like 1996, and they had their birth streamed, and it was the first time it
The
ever.
same age as me.
There you go. It was the first time it had ever been done. Pardon me. But they don't stream, so it's not like they have a bunch of footage of them. But they were in all kinds of newspapers and stuff. Zoot playing amazingly. Don't make this.
I mean, it'd be interesting to have someone live stream from the moment of death, but the privacy that's behind it, not so much.
Yeah, I mean, there's an argument to be made though that they're already being streamed. They're like on baby monitors and perhaps closed circuit television.
Yeah, but privacy, like, like can't have intimate relations.
Yeah, you
A
can.
lot of things.
Your just significant other has to be okay with it.
Well, you can't record yourself. Some people look at the numbers. You can't bring yourself having intimate relationships to the child, the teenager.
Well, not everybody has sex before they're 18.
And that should be their choice.
Zoot, you played well your first time. You usually don't play that well in this game. Alright, that's one. You got one. You got a swish. Swishes are so big in this game. Oh, dude. You're playing. No more swishes, dude.
But I'm not going to the gym tomorrow.
Why not?
Second out. So I'll go Saturday and Sunday.
Zoot, you're only down one.
Saturday, Sunday, then I'll take Monday and finish it.
Okay.
Right there.
Dude, Zoot, you got 4 points. Do you think you're going to win?
Your birthday is in October, right?
Nope.
September?
Nope.
August.
Nope, we're not going to play this game. I've told you like a million times. I got you, Zoot. All right. Next game. Okay, we'll change it up a little bit. We're going to turn multipliers on, which changes my strategy. Zoot, you have an invitation. Are you gonna go or are you gonna just jerk yourself off raw? Oh, it's Zoot. Playing like dog shit. There you go. He got his multiplier. Get that triple three or triple 100. Oh, that would have been huge. Give me that. Give me it. Give me it. Oh, dude. I fucked up. Get that multiplier, son. Get that multiplier. I don't know why you would do that. Oh, dude. Zoot playing like a baller. Zoot playing like a baller. Zoot playing like a baller. Yeah, dog. No fair. You got a triple? Oh, baby. You're done. Get that triple 100, double 100. Dude, I don't know if it's possible for you to come back. Okay. Yeah, get it. Oh, if you would have got that, then you had a chance. Now I'm going to put up some numbers on you. Do you want to hear a story? I doubled your score. All right, Zoot, I won't tell you a story. All right, so I was having back pain, and I went to a physical therapist, like a chiropractor, um, that my insurance covered, and I met the doctor. He was really nice. I met all the people who worked there. They were really nice, except for the massage therapist. And the massage therapist was a man. And after we would do all these exercises and stuff, there was this period where we just had to stretch for 15 minutes. And I don't know about you, but like I get bored if I'm just like sitting there for 15 minutes stretching. So I would take out my phone and I would look at it as I was stretching. I was still stretching, but I would just take out my phone and read my emails. And this guy came in and was like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm stretching." He's like, "Your phone is out." And I'm like, "Yeah, my phone's out, but I'm stretching. Like, I can do two things at once." And he's like, "You can't have your phone out." I'm like, "Well, where's the sign that says you can't have your phone out?" He's like, "You've got to focus on your stretching." I was like, "Are you fucking serious?" So, like, I left that day thinking, like, that was weird. Like, I don't know why you can't have your phone out and stretch. It's not like I'm taking pictures of people or video or anything. I'm just on my, and I'm the only person in the room. I'm just on my phone, just reading my emails, like text messages and stuff. So I go back another time, and same thing. It's time for me to stretch. I've got 15 minutes to stretch. And he tells me how to stretch, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to stretch that way, and I do. But as I'm stretching, I actually find it beneficial to be on my phone because I'm not thinking about stretching. It's like stretching can be painful. And so when I'm on my phone, it distracts me. So I'm on my phone, on my work phone, and he comes in, he's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm stretching. He's like, yeah, but you're on your phone. I'm like, look, again, there isn't a policy against being on my phone. There are no signs that say you can't be on your phone. It's not in the contract that you can't be on your phone. This is like your opinion that I shouldn't be on my phone while I stretch. But I want you to know that stretching is painful and this helps to distract me. He's like, yeah, you can't be on your phone. So third time comes. We go, we do all these exercises. It's time to stretch for 15 minutes. Again, nobody's there. They just have some television that's playing like midday talk shows about which I don't care. It's not like there isn't anything like there are electronics in there. It's not like that. There's not. So I get out my phone and I start reading my text messages. Dude, are you going to accept the invite or not? Okay. And he comes in and he's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm stretching. He's like, yeah, but you're on your phone. And I've told you before, you can't be on your phone. I said, look, we're done. I get out of the stretching pose. I go to the front desk and I told them, I've never done this, but there's a first for everything. I have no issue with the doctor. He's a really nice person. I have no issue with any of you. But your massage therapist has the worst attitude of any person I've ever met. I'm supposed to be stretching, which I am. But it's 15 minutes of dead time. And I can be doing other things. I can multitask. And so I'm on my phone, reading my emails and reading my text messages. And he has a problem with that. And you don't have any signage or anything aside from this one person's opinion that I shouldn't be on my phone. And I want you to know I'm never coming back here again. And I never did. This was probably around 2014 or so. And I'm not saying cell phones weren't as prevalent. They were. But like today, nobody would tell you that. Like, oh, you're on your phone. So what? But it was like back then, people had an issue with you being on your phone. It wasn't like I was at the movie theater. It wasn't like I was talking on the phone. It's not like my phone was making any sounds. And there was no one else in the room. I just have always felt that this was like the strangest interaction I've ever had with anybody. This one other time something like this happened, it was during the pandemic. And I was at a grocery store near me. It's called Sprouts. And it's like an organic farmer's market kind of deal. And you had to keep 6 feet of distance in the line. And I made sure I had 6 feet of distance between the person in front of me and the person behind me. And I might have had 8 to 10 feet of distance with the person in front of me. It was a lady and her child. And this lady turns around and said, even though there's 8 to 10 feet in between us, you need to have 6 feet in between us. I said, ma'am, there's 8 to 10 feet in between us. I don't know what you're saying. Like, I can move back further, but then everybody else in the line is going to have to move back further. She's like, it says 6 feet. And I said, I know, there's literally like 4 feet in front of my cart. And then there's my cart, which is another 4 feet. It's like, and there's even a little bit more space in there. It's like 10 feet away. This lady's like, you need to back up. I'm like, okay. I'm like, am I losing it? Like, this is not that. Like, there's a lot of space. So that lady checks out or whatever and leaves. And then I pull up to the where you check out, and the lady who's checking me out is like, I am so sorry. You shouldn't have been treated that way. That woman obviously had some kind of problem and did not recognize that you were a completely fine distance away. I'm not sure what her issue was. And I'm like, no, it's fine. Like, I was totally fine with it. And then as I was there, I got a call on my phone, and I had just gotten a position, a job. And I was really just, I was like, at the end of it, I was like, oh, fuck that lady. Who gives a shit? I just got a really great contract. So it's for $120,000. So I was very happy about that. And those are two stories that I've had in my life where I felt like I did not do anything. I've done shit wrong. I'm not perfect, but I didn't do anything wrong in these two situations, and it was like totally the other person. Why did I tell those stories? Because I like being right, and I know I was right in those situations. All right, Zoo, why aren't you accepting my invitation? Why are you just jerking yourself off raw? Yo, pimp.
He's gonna get it next week. You think I'll get a big airdrop from Hong Kong?
Do I think what?
To get a big airdrop from Hong Kong.
Perhaps.
That's it.
Years goes by with no writing. Art takes maybe 200 years till it really figural art. I mean, rather than just a geometric scroll.
Right.
And figural art doesn't appear for another couple hundred years. You don't get monumental construction until much later. And so it's this period where the society is what we'd call today a collapse, right? And for a long time, people read like the Iliad and the Odyssey. They see these Homeric heroes feasting on cattle. And they're like, you know what happened? Everybody became cowboys. Right? They became pastoralists instead of agriculturalists. And so one of my big claims to fame is I said, no, that's wrong. If you actually study all the animal bone evidence, you look at the totality of evidence for what people were eating, it actually is the opposite. They're eating less animal protein and more plants. We had it completely wrong. And so, I have a couple of articles on this, and also how it relates to how food production has to change and adapt related to climate change at that time. Because it gets very dry, a big drought. Right? And so, that's my claim to fame, is overturning the previous thought on what the Greeks were doing at that time. And so, that's why I get funding, is because I did that. So, the idea that we're supposed to parrot the party line, no, we're supposed to overturn and rewrite the past. We're supposed to find new evidence, use new methods, have new questions to be able to add to our understanding of the past. Is maybe the right way to put it.
Right.
It's not always meant to overturn what we know. It's meant to say something different, though, for sure.
Can you explain, before we wrap it up, we'll talk about, I want to talk about the ice cores that you guys talked about with Bren and Rogan. There was a point in that podcast where you were explaining how the ice cores don't show evidence for metallurgy used during the Ice Age.
Or at least global large-scale metallurgy.
Global large-scale metallurgy, right. So there was claims on the internet that you used a graph that didn't show the Ice Age, and you were basically trying to deceive or con them.
That's one of the claims, yeah.
So can you lay out what you were trying to explain there, and what people are saying online about how you got that wrong?
Yeah, I think this is a good question, especially because this has become so popular. Yeah. And as I told you beforehand, I have a video dropping today on that topic. Because I realized I have to address this. So many people think I lied, which is, to be honest, ludicrous. I had citations on the screen where people could go and do their research. So you could argue I was wrong, but to argue I lied is just insulting. But whatever. Let's just take it at face value. So Graham Hancock, in several different appearances, has argued that his lost civilization had 18th or 19th century technology.
Yes.
And I did not know what that meant, of course, because he's not always clear on what that technology means, right? And so I said, I put up a quote that he gave when he was on London Real, I think, with Brian Rose in 2017 or 18. And he mentioned that they have 18th or 19th century technology. And I sort of said, look, the last time you had a debate, it was with this guy who's a skeptic, not an archaeologist, Michael Shermer. And the start of it was, hey, Graham, what kind of technology are you talking about? Are you talking about metals? Are you talking about writing? And Graham says, well, perhaps the technology for metals was chosen not to be used, right? So meaning, no, I don't think they had metals. So I acknowledged that, and I said, that's good. If you don't think there's metals, because if you go and you look at ice core evidence, we can trace large-scale regional metallurgy activity in ice cores. It's been done for Roman period. It's been done for medieval period. It's been done in different areas of the world. We can look at different glaciers and test for that. And I showed an example of that from a colleague of mine at Oxford, Andrew Wilson, who's a Roman archaeologist. I don't know him personally, but he's a great guy. I know people that work with him and stuff like that. And so I used that as an example of how we detect this. And I said, well, this has not been detected in Ice Age layers of ice cores. And people are saying, but you didn't show the Ice Age on that graph, right? That's what you just said. Well, dude, of course not. I was using a published graph. This is the graph that was in that article. Like, what do you mean as an example of what we do?
Is there another graph that shows the Ice Age? Are there ice cores?
There's not another graph that I know of. But there are other graphs, and we can talk about it. Can you pull up my screen?
Boom.
All right, so I don't know. It was a few weeks, I think, after I was on Rogan. Chris Dunn went on Rogan.
Yeah.
And he said that Flint's wrong about this. He was the first person to say I'm wrong about this because of this article. This article from, 1996. And he says, now, look, in this Greenland ice core, there are changes in metals in there, right? And I don't have access to the full thing in a second. I have it somewhere. But I just want to point out that, there are changes to metals in there, but they are all natural lead, copper, zinc, and cadmium concentrations in central Greenland ice. So how do you distinguish these metals from metallurgy metals, right? And this article actually does this. The reason why is the graphs that it shows here. Wait, let me just I should have access to it since I think I'm logged in.
There we go. There we go. Oh, shit. Flash.
No, I know. There we go.
There we go.
Here's the actual paper. We can scroll through it. So
what is this paper explaining?
It's saying that during the Ice Age, there's variations in copper, lead, etc., different metals in these ice cores, right? And it shows the graphs that go back to the Ice Age. These graphs go back to the Ice Age. This is goes back 160,000 years.
Okay, wow.
Okay, so we're talking into the Ice Age. Man, I'm sorry.
That's okay. We're back.
Stop. All right, I need a new computer. I knew I needed a computer. I gotta wait till January 1st. So the reality is, though, that yes, this stuff varies, but we know it's not related to metallurgy for like 3 different reasons. Some of them's in later papers that I'll show you. But one of the main reasons is these changes in metals, they actually don't relate anything to do with human civilization. In fact, during the end of the Ice Age, when Graham claims there's a lost civilization, there's not a spike in metals in these ice cores, right? It's during other periods, and specifically, it even says it in the title, changes in natural lead, copper, zinc, and cadmium concentrations in the ice cores, and their association with climatic changes and resultant variations of dominant source contributions. So in a sense, when the planet gets drier, there's more desert, which means there's more dust that gets kicked up into the atmosphere, and then it deposits these different metals in ice cores. This is 100% different than the paper that I showed about Roman period metallurgy, where it's not all these different things, zinc, cadmium, copper, lead, it's just lead associated with silver mining, because lead is there with silver.
Okay.
Right? And it matches up with a cultural change, not a climatic change.
And who presented this paper? Where did this come from?
Chris Dunn was the one who presented this.
Chris Dunn presented this as an argument.
And then other people on Twitter and elsewhere and YouTube have presented it as well against me. And to me, I'm sort of like...
So it's lead, natural... This one just says natural lead, copper, zinc, and cadmium. So how do we...
And their association with climatic changes. I want to be clear that the title of the article supports what I was saying and not what these people are saying. Just really, really clear. Just read the title.
And I know you just said this, but how again do we decipher the difference between from natural lead and
so
silver mining?
there's several different ways.
Okay.
So in this paper, they're fairly sure that it's due to climate change because these changes correlate with changes in the climate. So when the climate's getting drier, you see changes in these metals showing up. Okay. And the explanation for that is when it's drier, there's more deserts, so there's more wind-blown dust, which deposits a variety of different minerals in the ice cores. The second argument is when you mine silver, the metal that occurs with it is lead. So what shows up when they're mining is lead, not zinc and cadmium and shit like that. Okay. It's not just random stuff. It correlates with what we expect from climate, and the other one correlates with what we expect from what people are doing. Right? And the other one, by the way, the Roman and medieval one, it does not correlate with a change in climate. It just correlates with the adoption of metallurgy at large scale. So it's this independent sources of evidence. The other argument where people say I'm lying is because the article I used also went one step further and used one last test to demonstrate it, where you get this lead. Let's get that article up. This is the article that I showed on Rogan. Lead pollution recorded in Greenland ice indicates European emissions, tracked plagues, wars, imperial expansion, yada, yada, yada. So they did a series of things. Not only did they produce this graph, and this graph is really cool. It lines up. But then what they did is they went a step further. They said, you know what we can do? We know where the Romans mined silver. We can actually do an isotopic analysis of these traces of lead in the ice cores and see if they fingerprint on known mines and known silver sources. And lo and behold, they did. Right? So this one's really clear. This lead came from those mines over there, if you see what I mean. Super fucking cool.
Where were the ice cores taken from?
These ones, were they all
Greenland, you said?
I think these are also Greenland, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And so that's this fingerprinting in a sense, which, like I said, we do this with the stones at Giza. I do it with animals. They're doing it here with leaded ice cores. It's a really common method for archaeology and geology, climatology, etc. And so this was the other argument. Well, they never tested these natural ones in the same way isotopically. They never tested them for metallurgy. A, you don't test it for metallurgy. What you're testing for is the source of these materials. B, there's a big difference because, and then we'll get to even more in a second. Here, it's just lead pollution because that's associated with silver. Here, it's a range of different metals that are what you'd expect when you have wind-blown dust of minerals. It's a range of stuff. But guess what? Now that I've been accused of this stuff, I've done even more research into this because it's important to check yourself. And it turns out that they have isotopically tested ice age ice layers from ice cores, including lead, isotopic composition in the southern hemisphere, and here we're talking back to 220,000 years ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're talking lead isotopic composition, so doing that fingerprinting to see where they come from. And guess what? They come from a suite of soil and low-S samples in the southern hemisphere to figure out where they come from. They all come from, I think, South America in this one, and from this dust that gets kicked up. No, wait. I have a few different articles. The problem. Yeah. This is, you can just search through these. Dust, man. This is, and so there's dozens of articles. If you start searching for ice cores, dust, and metals, different metal types, so many articles. This is a well-known phenomenon of studying this kind of stuff. And there's like services here. These guys do services. We will do your isotope analysis from dust cores, ice cores, and they even say right here, the source of dust within ice cores provenancing can be predicted by analyzing the isotopic composition of various elements, including strontium, which is a method I use in animal teeth, and neodymium, which I don't use, which can be matched to geological mineralogy of potential dust sources. This is what's, A, that's just insulting and ridiculous. I didn't create the graph, I used a published source. As an example, that's just malicious to assume that like that. B, go do your damn homework. Read the damn title of the paper.
Yeah.
Read the damn. This is the, so. Sorry guys, I didn't lie. That's what I do.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm glad you had me.
This has been super fun.
Thank you.
I learned a lot, and I think you're doing great work. You do. You bring your receipts, and you've dedicated your life to this, and it's obvious. So
I appreciate that. And seriously, if you believe in different stuff, you're a cool person. I don't have a problem with that. I really don't. But at the same time, I'm going to share the evidence I have because I'm asked these questions.
Right.
That's what I have to do. That dated from 8,000 years ago about a story that did.
Okay, start. How about Phyllis? You kick us off and then we'll move around. Go ahead. What are we supposed to talk about? Anything your heart desires.
I would like to do this.
Louder!
I met a man and I'm totally in love. It's a chapter of my life.
It's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
yeah, man. Thanks for making the trip. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. A ton of things to talk about.
What have I got myself into?
First of all, I want to say I was super impressed with your podcast on Joe Rogan with Graham. I thought you were extremely reasonable. I thought some of the evidence that you came with was incredible. I thought that you did a great job of filling in the blanks with a lot of stuff that Graham wasn't. Graham was bringing a lot of points up and talking about a lot of his research, and you were doing a fantastic job filling in the gaps for him. Mm-hmm. Because it's obvious that you've spent your life in archaeology, doing the work, hands-on, eating the gruel, as you say.
The bones.
Not just looking at the fascinating stuff, but also doing the boring shit too, right? Like doing the hard work. And I understand your perspective when it comes to people like Graham, somebody who comes up, who's sort of doing this as a fun thing, and writes a bunch of books about it, and he's looking into it, getting all this attention for it, making all this money from it. And no one's paying attention to the guy who spent his whole life in the dirt, knees deep in the mud, digging up all these bones and doing all this research. So that being said, I understand your perspective of it. And I think that when as far as people like Graham and his followers, because the one thing I can say about Graham is that he did get people like me interested in this stuff.
I mean, look, I have colleagues that got interested in archaeology because they read Graham Hancock.
Right.
And now they're full-blown archaeologists. They don't anymore in any way agree with him.
Yeah.
But that's how they got into the field. I know several people like that.
And at the same time, I think that when you believe you're on the right side of history or the right side of an argument, you can go so far to defend it that you end up becoming the very thing that you think you were fighting against.
Yeah, so I want to make clear, first of all, that I have nothing against Graham as a person.
Right.
Right? I want to make that really clear. And I have nothing against people who disagree with, mainstream archaeology, if you will. I hate the term mainstream because it's just insulting. But I have nothing against people that in a variety of different ways, whether they're just hanging out, drinking a beer, or getting stoned and saying, "Oh, could aliens have done this?" or something like that. There's nothing wrong. Popular, like, say, some of Graham's books on, fingerprints of the gods and stuff like that. I mean, even today, if you go on Amazon.com and you look up bestsellers in the field of archaeology, his book is almost always there, often at the top, sometimes usually in the top 10. Mm-hmm. And so what that leads to, and I started getting on social media, 6 years ago. And you get swarmed with questions about this.
Yeah.
And look, I as you said, I'm knee deep in the evidence. I'm going to give the honest perspective from that evidence.
Yeah.
That's what I'm here to do.
Right.
I'm here to tell you honestly what the evidence says. Mm-hmm. So that's really all it is in my mind.
So why are you and your colleagues trying to cover up this advanced Ice Age civilization?
We're being paid for it. The Smithsonian.
Who's paying? Yeah, the
Smithsonian. Yeah, the Smithsonian. The UN. All these kind of things.
George Soros?
No, he doesn't really write too many checks for archaeology, but, I do use Windows computers, so Bill Gates funds the technology and stuff like that. And so, it's really nice to get access to this. I mean, my computer here is about 4 years old, and, it's like, it still works because this was top model 4 years ago, like a supercomputer. And so, meaning I paid $1,000 for it 4 years ago.
Oh, my
God.
But,
so yeah, I'm making the big bucks, right?
Yeah. I was telling you before we got started recording that I was talking to my new friend Amin Hillman, who was recently on the podcast and brought me into this whole world of classics and ancient Greece. And I asked him about Atlantis. I asked him because he is, as far as I'm aware, one of the people that has read probably more Greek than anybody I know personally. Let's put it that way.
I know a lot of people have read a lot of Greek, so he's probably up there among them.
He spent 30 years reading Greek and translating Greek.
Of course. Yeah.
And and
it clearly shows. He knows Greek.
One thing he always says is it's all about the primary sources. He's like, if it's not a primary source, he's like, you can get lost. And I asked him what his opinion was on Plato's description of what he thought about Plato and what he thought about Plato's writing about Atlantis. Mm-hmm. He's like, Plato to me was boring. He's like, he bores the fuck out of me, and I thought he was an ass. But let me look into it and see what I can find. So he spent all morning looking up everything Plato wrote about Atlantis, and his conclusion was that Plato basically lied about it, and which kind of bummed me out, to be honest, because I'm a fan of the Atlantis story. And that he was a propagandist, and a lot of people thought he lied, including Aristotle. And according to a lot of people in academia and a lot of scholars, apparently it's consensus that Plato did lie a lot about Socrates.
Yeah, we can talk about that. And I think, so all right, the term lie is a loaded term, right? But when it comes to Plato, and particularly the Atlantis story, it's a perfect example of what we call a noble lie. Right? And so this is actually, I have a YouTube video coming out in about a month on this. It's the reason I joined YouTube was to make this video. Because I'm writing a book on Atlantis, right? And so my goal here is everybody's interested in Atlantis right now. It's all over YouTube. It's all over the internet. It's all over what people are talking about. And so let's take an actual scholarly perspective on it. Mm-hmm. And like Amin, I have experience reading ancient Greek. I've not read nearly as much as him because I focused on archaeology. But at the same time, I also have done a lot of archaeology. So I excavated in Athens, Greece, right? Mm-hmm. So right where Plato grew up and taught, I study material from there. And I work with an excavation team there. I'm one of many, but one of the world experts on ancient Athens. And so I realized it was a few years ago, actually. This is how I got started on this topic. I was on social media, and there was a new TV show on the Discovery Channel coming out about Atlantis. And the host thought that he'd done some research, and he wrote this paper that he was hoping to get published, and that's what the show was based on. And so he's like, no, this is really scholarly. Let's have scholars look at this. So I told him, I said this publicly on Twitter. I said, if you want to send it to me, I will do a public peer review of your paper. But warning, I'm going to, be honest and critical, right? Mm-hmm. That's what you do as a scholar to other scholars. And so he sent it along, and it was actually in many ways, just like Graham's books, a well-researched paper in the sense that he'd done a lot of reading, cited a lot of stuff, but sometimes people who don't have the training and the experience, they miss the forest for the trees. And so that's where some of these issues come in. And I realized that because I focus on Athens, that actually I had the smoking gun on how to demonstrate to people why Atlantis doesn't exist. So let's think about this. And I want to say first off that maybe I found Atlantis in a certain way. If you think about it like that, and we can actually sit there and fact check it. How would you yourself go about taking a text with descriptions of places and look for Atlantis and fact check it? And so just so you get the context of that text, it's a conversation between friends with Socrates and Critias and Timaeus. And they're sitting there and they're talking about, it's set up like this, where Plato's Republic? You ever heard of that?
Yep.
In Plato's Republic, Socrates has a conversation with other people, and they build this ideal city, the perfect constitution for how people can live in kind of peace and harmony.
Right.
And then, like, a few days later, it's a group of people that they're saying, now, Socrates, he starts off, he says, now, I want to see how that ideal city acts in a certain situation, in war. How is this city going to act in war? And so one of my colleagues, he's the University of Vermont, Mark Usher. He's published on Plato's Republic, and he sort of thinks of it as Sim City. You ever play Sim City?
Yep.
You sort of build this city block by block by block. That's what they do in the Republic. Now, for the Atlantis story, Socrates is saying, let's play the game of civilization. We're going to create this civilization over here. It looks like that. This is the ideal city, and what we're going to do is we're going to make this early version of Athens from 9,000 years ago. That's going to be our ideal city. And then we need an opponent for it to fight against. That's going to be Atlantis. And so we're going to create this Atlantis sort of thing with this island and concentric rings, and we're going to build it up block by block by block, and then we're going to see what happens if they fight. And that's what the story is, right? That's the whole war between Athens and Atlantis. And that's what the entire thing is about. That's, if you go and read the Plato from cover to cover, that's what it is. And so how would you actually fact check this as a true or false story?
Well, going back to Atlanta, like what his evidence was for the story of Atlantis, it was that allegedly Solon, right?
We can talk about that too.
Solon.
But let's not go there yet.
Okay.
Let's not go there yet. Well, that's a different topic, and I have stuff ready on that as well.
Okay.
But let's first think: how would you actually go and fact check a war between Athens and Atlantis?
You would have to go look for evidence of dead people.
Maybe. Where would you look, though? Where would you first look?
You would look somewhere between Atlantis and wherever the description of Atlantis apparently was, and where Athens is, right?
But what do we know? What can we start with? If you want to fact check something and ground truth it, archaeologists work from the known to the unknown, right? Okay. So if we're saying there's a war between Athens and Atlantis, what do we want to look for? We want to first look at Athens. Does Plato's description of Athens actually match up with what we know of Athens? Because we've done a lot of work in Athens. People have been excavating there for 200 years. We have dozens, hundreds, maybe even thousands. I'm not sure. I have to count. But we have hundreds of historical sources for Athens, and thousands if we include inscriptions, we include art, we include all this kind of stuff of Athens. And we have millions and millions of pottery fragments and sculptural fragments, houses that stretch back 5,000 years. Guess what they don't do? They don't stretch back 9,000 years, though. Nobody lived in Athens 9,000 years ago. So, for him to say there was a city there 9,000 years ago, no way. There wasn't anybody there. There's literally nothing there. You say, oh, well, maybe archaeologists haven't dug enough. Well, you do realize that the Athenian Acropolis, here, let me pull up my screen if you don't mind. Mm-hmm. This is the Athenian Acropolis. This is what everybody thinks of when you think about Athens, right?
Yes.
And so you pull it up. This has been excavated to bedrock. You can't dig down any further. It's been fully excavated. And if you sort of look off down to the left, this is where I'm looking the right way. Down to the left is the Athenian Agora. It's right sort of here. This is where the Americans excavate.
Yeah.
Further off this way, the Germans excavate. The Greeks excavate every single time there's construction going on. Everywhere around Athens, there's been hundreds of different archaeological excavations, and we're always trying to go down until there's no more human material there. Until bedrock, if you see what I mean.
Okay.
That, and there might be practical reasons we can't. It's dangerous to go too low or something like that. But when we can, and that's a lot of times, we dig down as far as we can until there is no human material left. And then we keep digging to test that there's nothing underneath that, right? And so we can actually check Plato. Does he get stuff right about Athens? And the answer is no, he does not. Not only is the chronology of it wrong, so there's nobody here 9,000 years ago.
So this is when he's writing about it in Republic, you're saying?
No, he's writing about it in the
A war between Atlantis and
Athens.
And
he spends about half of the Critias describing this early Athens, and then the next half of the Critias takes the descriptions of Atlantis. Round, circular island and stuff like that. They're like, oh, there's something round over here. That might be Atlantis. But dude, there's a bazillion round things. You know what I mean? Like, you can't be confirmed one thing is Atlantis or not.
So what you're saying is that when he's talking about a war between Atlantis and Athens, this is involved in his sort of noble lie to create a society?
Yes, it's involved. No, I wouldn't call that a noble lie. It's involved in his way of demonstrating the right way of creating a government. And so Athens in this story is the ideal city. It has all the virtues, all the goodness of what they described in the Republic, while Atlantis is actually the bad guys. It's kind of, it's funny because today we have this conception that Atlantis was hyper civilized and advanced and stuff like that. That's not according to Plato. According to Plato, this is a dystopia. It's a bad place to be. And so, it had too much wealth. It was corrupted. And that's why it fell.
So was the idea that he wanted to paint some sort of an enemy?
Yeah, it's
like an enemy that only they knew didn't exist, but maybe that the population thought was real to keep everyone.
Not that the population thought it was real. The idea was to create a story that would show how his ideal city works, like a clear fiction.
Okay.
And we'll get into the dissemination of it, the story, how it got passed on, and how that shows that it's a fiction.
Right.
But from a modern perspective, we can actually ground truth or fact check Plato by checking what he gets wrong about Athens or right, and he gets it all wrong. What he describes. So, for example, I have this arrow here on the screen, right?
He had all these ideas on how he wanted to shape society.
Yes.
And re-engineer society.
And that's a philosophical question rather than a material question, right? It wasn't like we need to innovate new technology. That was like we need to understand how to educate people. That's what a lot of it was around. We want the philosophers to rule rather than the warriors, for example. We live in a society today where the philosophers don't rule, and that's part of the problem. So he had this idea in the Republic of the philosopher kings. That's who's supposed to rule, to create a just society that educates people and sort of
and the knights were below them.
And he was very into censorship. They have a long discussion in the Republic.
He wanted to get rid of Homer.
But yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. That's in the section on the noble lie. He wanted to get rid of a lot of different myths because he thought that, even if those myths are true, they teach bad morals. So we should instead only have myths that teach people how to behave correctly. That was I compare this to Santa Claus. It's sort of like, you have your kids, you're raising your children around Christmas time, and you sort of say, you got to be good so you get presents from Santa Claus, right? And that's how Plato saw education. Right? That was his way of seeing education, was to teach good behavior through the stories that you tell. And so, so here you can see, if you just want to look at this materially, you see how there's the Athenian Acropolis right here.
Yep.
But then to the left, there's another big hill. That's called Lykavitos. I used to live right near. There's a church on it. It's a beautiful place. But in the story of Atlantis, when he's describing Athens, he describes geologically that these two hills, which are miles and miles away from each other, were actually connected and part of the same thing. And geologically, we know that's not true. They were never connected, and there was no rainwater that eroded them away. So we just know, based off of natural sciences, that his description of this early Athens doesn't match up with what we can tell.
Could he have meant connected in a different way?
No, because he describes very clearly a rainstorm that strips the sediment and causes it to flood away. That's actually what he describes. It's one of his floods, let's say. Yeah. And so we know that flood just didn't happen. It was just simply know it.
Right.
Another one, let's check this out. He describes that these warriors in this early Republic version of Atlantis, they had this temple of Athena right here, right? It's really cool. Do you see the outline of that temple there? There's like a small walls that are not a major building there, right where the arrow is pointing in the middle of. That's called the Old Temple to Athena. And it's the most important building on the Athenian Acropolis, despite the fact that it's ruined. And so what it was it was ruined by the Persians when they invaded in 480 BC. And we know really well from dozens of historical sources and the archaeological evidence from the excavations that happened in the early 20th, late 19th century. They're called the Dörpfeld Foundations today, after Wilhelm Dörpfeld, the archaeologist that described them. And so we actually know when it dates to. And guess what? It was built around the time Solon was around. So, it was not built, 9,000 years earlier. In fact, it was built right when Solon lived. The late 7th century, early 6th century. We have I should have put some in here, we have the sculptures from it, right? And in fact, you can still see the paint on the sculptures. We can Google it and look it up if you want, because they're really freaking cool. People don't really realize that paint is on, all these marble things were painted. This is what's called the Bluebeard sculpture. This is the sculpture. It's named after the blue beards these guys have. And so my point is that all this marble that we see from the ancient world is mostly painted. And the only time we see it, in this case, the temple was knocked down by the Persians, and it was buried rapidly, so therefore it was protected by being buried. And so that's why the paint is still on it. And if you go to Athens today, it's in the Acropolis Museum. They have a whole section on painted sculpture, and all this painted sculpture they found, so you can see the past like how you should see it. Right. We see it as this bare white marble. No, it was actually really colorful. Really, really colorful. This is faded, of course, but if you were to reconstruct it, it would almost look like Vegas. Like when we look at this picture, we see this bare white marble. No, it would all be very colorfully painted, like Vegas, like very garish. And so, when Plato's describing this temple, dude, this is the most famous structure. So the Athenians, very consciously, because it was their most sacred temple to Athena, and they're named after Athena, and the Acropolis is Athena's rock. After the Persians destroyed the city, they specifically did not build anything over the foundations of this temple. They left it visible as a reminder of that destruction by the Persians. And so it was always visible through antiquity. It's something everybody knew really well. It was part of your education as an Athenian, what this temple was and what it signified, what it meant in terms of the city, the foundation of the city as the city of Athens, and the destruction by the Persians, which also then shows how Athens ended up beating the Persians, which led to its glory days, right? So that's like a major component of Athenian history. So if Plato is getting that wrong, his audience, who are Athenians, are going to know that immediately. They're going to be like, no, the Archaeos Neos, the old temple, that's right there. I know all about it. Yeah. So everybody who read that story and who was an Athenian, the people he knew, the people he was talking to and whatnot, they would immediately know this is not a true story. Right. Because they know the real history of that temple, which was only a few generations before them at the time Plato lived. So, it's not that long. It's within living history, right? And so, this is really well understood. So, we can go and ground truth Athens and demonstrate that that's not right. So if we can't trust the details about Plato's Athens from the same story, why would we trust the details about Plato's Atlantis as being anything worth checking for? Yeah. So that's what I mean by ground truthing or fact checking. And we do this all the time in archaeology. We're always ground truthing our evidence. Think about it. You're out in the field with, let's say, a metal detector. We don't usually use metal detectors. We might use ground penetrating radar or something like that. You're trying to understand what's underneath there. Mm-hmm. You get a ping. Ping, 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 ping. Are you going to assume there's necessarily a treasure there and just walk away and say, hey, we got treasure? Cool, I got a ping on my metal detector. Or are you going to test that? You're going to test that, right? You're going to actually excavate that carefully and understand what's there. Yeah. So you're not just going to assume something. This is what we do as archaeologists. Everything we do is from the known to the unknown. When we're digging a new layer of sediment, a new layer pops up, we don't just jump to the other side of the trench and assume it's going to show up there. We peel back that layer until it's fully exposed. Same thing with a bit of a wall. We find a bit of a wall. We don't just start digging somewhere else. No, we expose the entire wall carefully from the known to the unknown. And so that's what we do as archaeologists. And so this is how an archaeologist would look at this sort of Atlantis story, right? Now, if you want to think about it how a philosopher would look at the Atlantis story, Oh, actually, before I go on, let me go back.
Should we talk about Solon?
Yeah, that's what I want to get to.
And
But
the origin of this
yeah,
Atlantis
so let's get to
story.
that.
And
So I have that right here as a slide. So look.
Okay.
So yeah, we already covered this. They start off the story by summarizing yesterday's conversation about the Republic, and then they say, here's the direct quotes from Socrates. He's like, I'd like to hear from someone an account of our city, the Republic city, contending against others in a typical intercity contest. I'd like to hear how it does itself proud as it goes to war, and how in wartime its citizens display qualities appropriate to education, upbringing, military, da-da-da-da. That's the whole setup, right, that Socrates asks for. So then this guy Critias shows up, and he's like, I'm going to tell you a fully true story then. And, it's this sort of rhetorical thing.
Can you punch in on that, like zoom in on it a little bit? Or?
Yeah, well, so this is actually the title of an article that
Okay,
I analyzed this. But he sort of says, I'm going to tell you a fully true story. And, have you ever watched a movie where the start of the movie is like, everything in this story is 100% true, right? Mm-hmm. Do you immediately think that every single little detail in that movie is 100% true?
Right, no.
No, not at all. Like, that's just, it's who accuses excuses first, right? It's like, and so that's this rhetorical thing. So then you think about, where does this story come from? And so Critias says, I heard it from my grandfather when I was 10 years old, and my grandfather was 90 years old. He heard it from his father, who heard it from Solon, who went to Egypt and talked to a priest who said that he had read texts that dated from 8,000 years ago about a story that dates to 9,000 years ago. So here we can have it all in reverse. There's the destruction of Atlantis, 9,000 years before Solon, so 9600 BC. Right. That's an oral history or something for 1,000 years. We don't really know. It's not explained. Then it's written down by Egyptians 1,000 years later than that. And there's no actual writing at this time in Egypt, by the way. We have no writing from Egypt till 4,000 years before Solon, 3,000 years before Solon. So that's a red flag to modern scholars. There's no writing in Egypt that early. In fact, there's no writing anywhere in the world that early. Then the priest read the record. Years pass. He tells it by memory to Solon without consulting the written records, and even says, I'm not consulting the written records.
But there are no written records, though.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. But
this is just a story.
This is the fictional story. That's what he's saying. Then Solon tells his relative Dropides, who then tells it to his son Critias the Elder, who at the age of 90, Critias the Elder tells it to his 10-year-old grandson, Critias the Younger. Then Critias the Younger tells it to Socrates. Then 50 years later, Plato writes down the story. Is this a really secure?
But we don't even know that. Like, did Plato actually say he got this from Socrates? Did he say he got it from Solon?
No. Plato is never there in his stories. He's never a character. He's mentioned briefly in the trial of Socrates, where he's one of the people that helped post bail or whatever for Socrates. And then he's mentioned briefly in one of the conversations that happened is like the night before Socrates dies, and there it's mentioned that he's sick, and that's why he's not present for the conversation. But other than that, Plato is never a character in his own stories, and no people really believe that his stories are all true either.
And we don't even know this is Egyptian. Apparently, it was an Egyptian priestess or something like that.
No, priest.
It was. I thought it was a woman.
No.
I don't think there's any evidence that this person even existed.
We don't have a name.
We don't know a name. We don't know anything about them.
We don't have a name or anything. Yeah.
So if you want to do the math, this was apparently Atlantis existed 12,000 years ago, something like that.
From us, it would be like 11,500.
11,500 years ago, right? And Homer doesn't talk about it at all. Nobody in antiquity ever talks about it at all
until later.
And then Steve, can you pull up those two texts or those two the text from Ammon? The text message, he talks about a historian in the first century who wrote about it. Just go to the text thread. Yeah, there you go. Can you punch in on that? So this is when I was texting.
It's good reason Plato's not. Yeah, that's actually another really good point.
Go back.
Plato is not a historian. He's a philosopher. His goal with all his dialogues is to make philosophy, not history.
Right. He said Plato's a goddamn liar. He is. He's making up sources,
and that's the title of my YouTube video. Is Plato a lying liar?
Using Solon and fake Egyptian sources typical. Plato is a huge douche. I'll call you when I'm finished. There is a good reason Plato is not considered a historian. He fakes his sources. And then Ammon goes on to show me some sources. Go to the next thread with Ammon, or the next text screenshot. There you go. Here's Plato in Critias admits he's got no written sources from the Egyptians. This is why nobody in antiquity writes Atlantis into the histories. Greeks were very anal about written sources and quotes. Because of the above statements in Critias, other Greeks didn't take Atlantis seriously. Herodotus, a real historian, only mentions the name as part of his Mediterranean Sea geography. Why? No sources. There are no written records of an empire that controlled all of the western Mediterranean from Athens to Etruria. Nobody in antiquity believes Plato's bullshit. This is why I hate Plato. The following is Strabo. He points out that people know Plato is making Atlantis up. He appears to quote Aristotle, saying Plato made it up and was full of it. He doesn't mention Aristotle by name, but they basically think that Aristotle wrote that.
Scholars who have talked about
and
that.
that's the source that he's talking about right there.
Yeah. And there's several sources like that as well, where they're especially in much later in antiquity, like right before the Middle Ages and the late Roman Empire, there's like the later Neoplatonism, it's called, so the new school of Plato and stuff like that. And you see that different philosophers had totally different ideas, but they really had no idea. And so nobody ever took this seriously as a history at all until really just a few hundred years ago.
Hold on. Right.
And we can talk about that as well, because that's interesting. But I do want to. Do you mind booting back up my slides?
Yeah.
So this chain of transmission, which, does this seem preposterous to you? Okay. Guess what? Plato does the exact chain of transmission for other preposterous stories. So in Plato's Parmenides, it's this great debate between Socrates, Parmenides, and Zeno. So two different philosophers from earlier generations than Socrates. And it's witnessed by a guy named Pythagoras. Pythagoras then tells it to Antiphon when he's a child. As an adult, Antiphon tells it to Cephalus. Cephalus then tells the story of a trip to Athens where he heard the story, and then decades later, Plato writes it down. But the dates we have for these people tells us that Parmenides was way too old to debate Socrates. Parmenides would have been something like 100 years old, and Socrates would have been like 15.
Right.
And so it's just like, we do not think this debate ever happened. It's philosophy. It's for Plato to explain how different philosophical schools of thought would argue against one another, right? Because that's how dialogues work. And that's one of Plato's geniuses. I actually disagree with Ammon. I think that Plato is a brilliant scholar, or not a scholar, he's a brilliant storyteller, because he just writes these arguments with people arguing with one another, and he also gets to hide his own point of view, therefore. Because his point of view is never there. It's just his characters that are speaking, right? And you can see this again. You ever heard of Plato's Symposium?
Yes.
That's a famous one.
Yep.
And so in this Plato's Symposium, there's this story about the birth of love, the goddess love. And Diotima tells the story to Socrates when he's a young man. As an old man, he then tells the story at this drinking party, the symposium, hosted by Agathon. And then Aristodemus, who was there and passed out drunk at the end of the night, then tells the story to Apollodorus. Apollodorus then tells the story to Glaucon. Apollodorus then tells the story to an unknown companion about how he told the story to Glaucon. And then Plato then writes it all down. And that's the preposterous transmission of this story. And we don't think this drinking party ever happened, because both Socrates and Aristophanes, the famous comedian, were there, and they hated each other. Because Aristophanes made a comedy.
Made fun of Socrates all the time.
Non-stop.
Yep.
He has a whole comedy where it's all about fart jokes.
Right.
And Socrates is going around sounding like an asshole and farting the entire time. And it's called The Clouds. It's a lot of fun to read. And so even in the Apology, so the story of Plato's trial, Socrates' trial, Socrates in there talks about Aristophanes and other comedians and how it's their fault that he's on trial. So they hated each other, and there's no way they'd have a congenial dinner party, drinking together and telling stories. And what's really cool is even in this story where they set up the story behind the symposium, there's a wrong version where somebody misremembered the story of this drinking party, and Apollodorus is like, no, that's wrong. This is the right version, And so it shows how they even recognize there's this tongue-in-cheek transmission of who remembers what orally. And look, this all makes sense because all of the characters, or most of the characters in Plato's dialogues, were real people. And they're written down just, while some of those real people who were there were still alive. So, Plato creates a situation which explains why this is not a real story, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
So the Athenians who were there recognize why they didn't actually say that, but they're in the story for philosophical reasons. Right? And so that's what it is. It's tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah.
And this is where, look, I hate to beat the drum of expertise and stuff like that, but having familiarity with these kind of sources, if you want to go look for Atlantis via Plato, you need to first read all of Plato.
Exactly.
You need to understand Plato.
Yeah.
Because if you don't and you just start looking for Atlantis, well, you're not looking from the known to the unknown. You're just jacking off.
Mm-hmm.
If you see what I mean.
No, totally.
And so a good example of that is like we have this issue today. This is an image that will be in my video on Atlantis, created by my lovely wife, Yonita Martini. So I got a question for you. What is this? How did we make this image?
AI.
AI. So we made this AI. What makes you think that?
I'm just guessing.
You're just guessing.
Yeah.
Which makes a lot of sense, but no.
That's how most people make their creative images online these days.
I know it is, and we thought about it, but the results weren't real enough. The reason why is because it doesn't look real. This image right here of this temple on the left. That is the Hephaestion in Athens.
Uh-huh.
It is the best preserved temple in all of Greece.
And you photoshopped it on
photoshopped it in and everything.
You could have just told AI, put this.
Yeah, but then it's going to make some bullshit like this. That on the left is AI. Look at this.
Is that really AI on the left?
Yeah. This is really AI on the left. Look at how this column has a different design at the bottom than that column. Anybody who knows their shit is going to immediately know that that's AI, while the other one is real. Not real, but photoshopped off of real sources, right? And so the reality is you need to know the context and know the material really well. So let's look at this. Look, Plato and Socrates, these are statues of them in marble from the ancient world. They're in museums today, right? So when you look at, these are both Socrates, right? Do they look like the same dude?
Yes.
Yeah, they do. So what would that tell you? You think that this is how Socrates actually looked?
So it's pretty, it's better evidence that they look the same. If they look different,
we have dozens of statues that seem to represent the same person. Would that tell you?
Dozens of statues that look similar.
That looking, yeah. Like,
so yeah, I would guess that's how he looked.
Okay, but if you really know your sources, you read. So Aristophanes describes Plato.
Okay.
Sorry, Aristophanes describes Socrates. Jesus, there's so many names.
Right.
Plato describes Socrates. Xenophon describes Socrates. They all describe him in the same way, and they all knew him when he lived. Right? So they all knew him at the time when they wrote their text down. Now, Deborah Nails, one of the biographers of Socrates, as she says, is a quote from her in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, the extant sources agree that Socrates was profoundly ugly, resembling a satyr more than a man, and resembling not at all the statues that turned up later in ancient times and now grace the internet, that bulging eyes that darted sideways and enabled him like a crab to see not only what was straight ahead, but what was beside him as well. A flat, upturned nose with flaring nostrils and large fleshy lips like an ass. So why do all these statues of Socrates look like the same dude? Why? Because they're all marble copies of a very famous bronze statue made by the famous sculptor Lysippus, who also sculpted Alexander the Great. He was like his personal sculptor. And he was born why Socrates died, like 15 years after Socrates died.
So what did he base the sculpture off of?
Description. Well, so
you try to make a prettier version.
Yeah, it's idealizing. So Greek statues are idealized.
Fuck.
Yeah, and so this is why you can't just use common sense to interpret archaeological evidence. You need to look at the history of the field and how we have all tangled with this evidence over hundreds of years to actually understand what the fuck is going on. Right? And so, like, I love people being interested in archaeology, but I'm just going to tell you how it is because I'm not going to infantilize people. Right? I'm not going to treat you like a kid who believes in Santa Claus. If I'm talking to an adult, I'm going to say, this is our evidence, right? And what Plato does is he talks...
Do you think Plato got that good looking?
No, again, it's idealized. Right. All of these sculptures from the classical...
They made Plato look pretty handsome.
Yeah, and notice that they all look the same. They all have what you'd call a nice big beard, deep-souled eyes, a furrowed brow. That's a philosopher trope.
Looks like a UFC fighter.
Yeah, it's the same reason why I wear an archaeology hat. Right? So when somebody sees that statue, they know that's a philosopher because that's how they always make philosophers look. It makes it easy. You don't need to think twice about it because that's a cliche, right? Same thing with an archaeologist wearing an archaeology hat. I'd rather people immediately just say, yeah, Flint's an archaeologist, not have to pay attention and think twice, and instead start listening to me. Right? And so you want to use cliches sometimes so that the brain doesn't want to get complicated by stuff. That's why comic book heroes all look the same, right? Yeah, it's easy.
Yes.
You know, it's easy. And then, as Ammon said, Plato is a philosopher, not a historian. And that's why we're not looking for Plato's cave, right? And we know it's a philosophical thought experiment, which is what Atlantis was.
Right.
If you see what I mean. It was that game of civilization.
Yeah, I mean, it makes so much sense. It just makes so much sense.
That's why I'm writing a book on it.
And I'm upset. Because
I'm sorry.
I want Atlantis to be real.
I know. And if you still believe in it, I don't got a problem with you. But just don't, go crazy on archaeologists that are saying, hey, this is why it doesn't exist, You can still believe whatever you want, right? It's cool.
This is something that comes up on this podcast all the time, is that a lot of people, not people like you, but a lot of people who write books, right, authors, who write about anything. Most of the guests that come on the show are authors.
Mm-hmm.
But these authors, 99% of the time, are writing their books based on other people's books.
Mm-hmm.
They don't go to the original source. Very, 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 very rarely do people go to the original source when they write books, right? So, I mean,
and part of what I'm saying, though, is you can't just go to the original source. Because if you just go to the original source, you don't understand the context of these statues.
Right.
And so, you definitely also need to go to scholarship.
Yes.
Because you can't, here, I have a good example of common sense and why it just doesn't work. So, Heinrich Schliemann, you know who he is?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Okay, he's the guy who excavated Troy. And in 1872, he discovered Troy, and everybody says he proved Troy existed. Bullshit. Augustus, the first Roman emperor, visited it. There was a bishop of Troy up until the 15th century AD. Mm-hmm. So, nobody really doubted Troy existed as a city. It was just a question of where it is. Right? And so he found Troy. And he didn't actually. Frank Calvert before him found it. Who heard about it from local Turkish people.
Right.
But either way, he was the first one to do major excavations, and credit to him. Right. But his interpretations of it used his version of common sense in the 19th century. So here's a description from his publication of Troy in 1872. I cannot conclude the description of the lowest stratum, so the lowest level of earth there, without mentioning that among the huge blocks of stone, I can't do a German accent, at a depth of from 12 to 16 meters, 39.5 to 52.5 feet, I found 2 toads. And at a depth of 39.5 feet, a small but very poisonous snake with a scutiform head. The snake may have found its way down from above, but this is an impossibility in the case of the large toads. They must have spent 3,000 years in these depths. It is very interesting to find in the ruins of Troy living creatures from the times of Hector and Andromache, even though these creatures are but toads. And so that was his version of common sense in the 19th century. This made sense in the 19th century without a good understanding of biology of how long toads live. Right?
Wow.
And so, we cannot just go and interpret stuff with common sense. There's a whole history of the field and how to interpret this stuff. And it doesn't mean we're fossilized in our ways. We're constantly reinterpreting the past with new studies, but it's in an incremental level, right? It's not like we throw out the baby with the bathwater. Mm-hmm. And it's this kind of stuff that shows why we can't just use common sense. We have to understand the history of how everybody has talked about things like Plato or Athens or Atlantis or Troy and Schliemann and stuff like that. Without that background knowledge, you're just lost. And you're fantasizing is the wrong word, but you're using common sense is the right way to put it. And common sense is not the same thing as, using scholarship, if you see what I mean.
No, yeah. I totally understand what you're saying. And then, again, it comes to just where we are right now in the world too and how we're evolving. This story has been the story of Atlantis since Plato wrote it, which was, so the original source was full of shit. But since then, people have just compiled and piled and piled on it. And it's just been this game of telephone ever since he started. Then people started making money off of it and writing books about it. And then here comes the internet. Now people are making videos about it, making documentaries about it. People don't want to do the hard work. They just want to make money off of it. And it's fun to talk about. People are obsessed with the unknown and what they don't understand. It's the same thing with UFOs and with aliens and all this stuff. People there's something about the human mind that has gravitated towards the unexplainable.
Yes, you're exactly right. And you're right, it's like a game of telephone. And we can actually trace that with Atlantis. So basically, most people didn't really believe much in Atlantis until they discovered the Americas. As soon as people discovered the Americas, people in the 15th and 16th centuries were like, whoa, let's rethink Atlantis, right? Maybe this is what Plato's talking about, right? And so it started off, though, still as fiction. So Sir Francis Bacon, you've probably heard of him, he wrote the book The New Atlantis in the early 16th century. And this is the first time where there's a story about survivors. Plato doesn't have any survivors. Zeus destroys Atlantis, everybody dies, you know? But in this fictional book, it's totally a fictional book, he didn't mean it in any way as nonfiction, there's European sailors that are in the Pacific, and they find this island of refugees from Atlantis who have advanced technology and a new way of learning. It's at this, they have their capital is called New Ben Salem, and they have this whole way of, it's even sort of modeled off of Plato because it's meant to show how to do education. And our modern university system, in many ways, is based off of Francis Bacon's New Atlantis. Really? The way that it's modeled with different departments and different things, the first sort of description of that inspired the modern university system comes from this text, which of course comes from Plato's Atlantis, and was very intentionally fictional. But after he creates this fictional story, over the next 100, 200, 300 years, it starts being picked up and written about as nonfiction. And so you see this, there's a Swedish author, Olaf Rudbeck, who in the late 17th century describes Atlantis in Sweden. And then it all comes to a big head. There's a lot of people. There's like, LePlongeon and other people. But the real text is this guy, Ignatius Donnelly, in the late 19th century, 1882 maybe, I think, if I'm remembering that right, published his book, Atlantis, the Antediluvian World. And that's where he sort of drew on a variety of fake facts, real facts, fiction, and kind of just twisted it all into this grand narrative where there's this lost civilization from before a giant flood. So he combines biblical sources as well. And he says that this lost civilization had survivors that taught technology, agriculture, even gunpowder and all this kind of stuff to the hunter-gatherers that were living in different places. And he ended his book, the very last paragraph of his book, written in 1882, was, "Who shall say that 100 years from now, the great museums of the world may not be adorned with the gems, statues, arms, and implements from Atlantis, while the libraries of the world shall contain translations of its inscriptions, throwing new light upon all the past history of the human race and all the great problems which now perplex the thinkers of our day." The end. We're now 150 years later. We got nothing in our museums. We got absolutely nothing. As Graham Hancock said, there's no archaeological evidence for Atlantis, for his civilization. And if you read this book and then read Fingerprints of the Gods, it's the same exact text. And I don't mean 100%. Graham Hancock updates it with some different things, but it's the exact same argument 100%. Graham Hancock's not the only one. Ignatius Donnelly was a bestseller in his time. You can even I do a lot of research into how this becomes popular, and Google has a database of words, right? And how often they're used. And the year that he publishes this book, everybody's talking about Atlantis from that year on for like decades.
Right.
And then that's where all of our Atlantis stuff comes from. And Graham Hancock, look, he's honest. He gives credit. In his acknowledgments, he says Ignatius Donnelly was my biggest inspiration for that book.
Really?
Oh, okay. Yeah. And he cites Ignatius Donnelly through there and everything.
How many times have you read those books? Fingerprints of the Gods and
I mean, I've read them all the way through once, and then I've gone into different sections at different points. Yeah,
because you show those, you show blocks of paragraphs that he wrote.
Yeah,
right, or where he sources, where he'll combine sentences from vastly different parts of the book. So he'll put like a sentence followed by from like one page of a source book, and then follow it up with a sentence from like 100 pages later. Yeah. That are completely out of context from each other.
And it's even worse from that. Let me explain. So,
I can't believe this episode is brought to you.
He has an argument in Magicians of the Gods.
Right.
So his more recent book from, what was it, I'm going to get this wrong. I should know what year he published it. I don't know, it was around 2012, I think. Maybe 2015, I can't remember exactly.
We can look it up.
We can look it up. So in there, he talks about these hieroglyphic inscriptions from Egypt, from this temple in Edfu, which he claims describe Plato's Atlantis. So he thinks that these are a record of those Egyptian sources that we talked about earlier, that Solon apparently talked about with the priest, right?
Okay.
Now there are 10,000 things wrong with this.
And where is this?
It's in Egypt.
In Egypt.
Yeah, it's a place called Edfu. It's a well-excavated site.
Okay.
It's very well known. This temple that they come from, here's a drawing of it from a really older book, a German book, because I think the Germans excavated it. And you can see all these hieroglyphs. This temple is filled with hieroglyphs. It's really impressive. I've never been there, but I've seen a lot of photos and stuff. Really impressive. So many crammed in hieroglyphs, and they tell a series of different stories of origin and stuff like that, different Egyptian mythological stories.
Right.
There's several problems with connecting this to Atlantis, though. For one, this temple was built after Plato wrote about Atlantis. Like 100 years after.
It was built 100 years after Plato?
Yeah.
And Graham absolutely uses this as evidence for Atlantis.
He claims that even though it was built and recorded 100 years later, it's based off of earlier stories. Which, arguably, maybe, but stories change over time. That's just life, right? We know stories change. We can talk about how Homeric stories have changed over times and stuff like that. Happy to talk about that. It's like, you're not going to take the movie Troy and think that's an accurate representation of Homer's Iliad, right? Especially if it's a story 9,000 years earlier, just like, our movie Troy, that's from thousands of years after the Iliad, right? It's created in our own context, for our own audience, for our own people.
Yes.
We want to see a hunky Brad Pitt, right? That's what we want. That's not how Homer describes it, though. So that's one problem. The second problem is he makes a mistake, and I'll grant it, it's probably an honest mistake, but I hope most of these are honest mistakes. But he is not actually quoting from the Edfu texts themselves. He is quoting from a book on Egyptian religion by Yves Raymond, published in 1969, which is describing the Edfu texts and stuff like that, but not quoting them. It's not a translation of them. So that's another issue. He thinks that he's quoting from these actual primary sources when he's not. He's quoting from a book on Egyptian religion, which addresses the Edfu texts at various points. And David Miano, Dr. David Miano, has a video on this, by the way. So far, a lot of what I got came from David Miano's video, The World of Antiquity. Big shout out to David Miano. He's a great ancient historian who has a big YouTube channel.
He's close to here, isn't he?
I don't know where he is.
I think he's in Bradenton.
I should ask him.
He's like an hour away from
We're in touch sometimes. But then when I'm reading through this, I always tell my students, and I'm going to tell everybody in public as well, read the footnotes. For fuck's sake, please read the footnotes and track down the sources. Do your own research. I'm fully with that. But that means going and checking people's sources, right? So, for example, here are direct quotes from Chapter 9, from Magicians of the Gods, on the Edfu text, quoting Yves Raymond. And so here's quote number 1. And he does this as a single block paragraph, right?
So does he, in his book, do you see these page numbers?
There is footnotes that you have to then go track down and find the page numbers.
At the bottom of the page?
Yeah, at the bottom of the page.
But when
I
you're
can't remember if they're endnotes or footnotes, but they're there.
But when you're reading a book,
you don't see it.
You see all this text minus the page numbers?
Yes.
Okay.
And you just see the ... with a footnote,
okay,
right?
I see.
And I added the page numbers so we can see this.
Okay.
So he says first, and it's quoted all in one quotation mark, right? So it literally looks like it's a single quote.
So it's not clear when he writes this that it's from separate pieces of
unless
a
you
source
track
book.
Down the footnotes.
So it deceptively looks like it's one paragraph written together in context.
It appears that way at first, yeah.
Okay.
To anyone who's not tracking it down carefully. And he says an upheaval, quote, so violent that it destroyed the sacred land, ... the primeval water, ... submerged the island, ... and the island became the tomb of the original divine inhabitants, ... the homeland ended in darkness beneath the primeval waters. Does it again. I think it's on the same page as the book.
So, and what you just said are 3 sections of a source book from 3 separate pages.
Not even a source book. Remember, it's a scholarly book.
It's a book written about a book.
And so that first sentence comes from page 113. Mm-hmm. The next group comes from page 109, and then the next group comes from page 127.
Okay.
Then he has another of these block quotes. A process of ... continuous creation by the emergence of a progressive series of plots of land, ... the creation of these ... sacred domains was in fact a resurrection and restoration of what had been in the past but had vanished, In any place in which they settled, they found new sacred domains. And this, as you can see, stretches hundreds of pages. The first bit comes from page 173, the middle bit from page 324, and the last bit from page 190.
And again, he's trying to make everything you just said sound like it was one coherent statement.
And you can even read it, and it does sound vaguely like Plato's, not even Plato's Atlantis, more like Ignatius Donnelly's Atlantis with survivors and stuff like that. Or Francis Bacon's Atlantis that has survivors. But it sounds like that story of Atlantis everybody's familiar with. A flood, survivors, teaching stuff. That's what it sounds like, right? It really does. But he's creating this. Or the quote 3 where he does it again, that the gods left the petty lands, page 274. They sailed to another part of the primeval world, page 187, and journeyed through the lands of the primeval age, page 274. In any place in which they settled, they found new sacred domains.
This is a lot of work for you to go through what was the book, the original book this came
Magicians of the Gods.
No.
Eve Raymond, 1969. I didn't have to because he did leave footnotes.
So he left you the footnote, but you actually went and pulled
I checked to make sure he was cited the right pages. Yeah, okay. He did. And some of his ... don't actually change the meaning. Some do though. Some very much are linking together things that don't make sense in the book that he's quoting from, You can find this book online, by the way, the Eve Raymond book. It's on archive.org. Though there was a big lawsuit against them, so I hope it'll still be up there. But it was, at least until recently. I actually prepared this for my conversation with him on Joe Rogan. And when he mentioned, what about the text? And I said, let's go there. Yeah. And I think he saw the glint in my eye, and then he never brought it up again. Because it was near the end of the conversation, and I think I did pretty well. And so he was just like, ooh, maybe I shouldn't go there. Yeah. And so what I did to prepare is I created the Hancock text, right? So here's the Hancock text with my ... my dastardly ellipses. Okay. Flint ... had been involved in another project. I was a young archaeologist, he explains. I was looking for my own project. Soon afterwards, the American archaeologist made a second unsettling discovery. All was confusion, all was paradox, and all was mystery. The extraordinary story of Atlantis, the whole tale of the lost Ice Age civilization, was not, and never under any circumstances, could have been a high civilization at that time because of hard evidence which absolutely rules out the existence of an Atlantis-type civilization in the Upper Paleolithic. These are all words that Hancock wrote it.
You just did some magic and put them all together out of context.
Because if you're going to use a series of ... and a series of footnotes, you take stuff out of context, you can say whatever you want. Mm-hmm. It's really easy. This is how a lot of people deal with real archaeology. They take something that looks like something else, and they say, voila, they're like the same thing. Mm-hmm. And it's like, dude,
how did you and Graham first get in contact with each other? How did this first start?
Do you want the story?
Yeah.
I was told by Minnie Minuteman. I met Minnie Minuteman when I was in Miami last week, and he was like, "You gotta make this into a video." The story of how I got into this. So there's the long version and the short version. I'm just gonna skip through and get to the Graham Hancock version. In a sense, I started realizing Atlantis was a big deal, and I realized that I, as a scholar, am uniquely placed to address Atlantis. Just because of my own experience and background. My dad was a Paleolithic archaeologist. I grew up on Stone Age digs, and I'm really familiar with Paleolithic archaeology. But to get out of his shadow, I went into classics. Because, in America, you have archaeology. There's no archaeology departments. There's anthropology departments, and then there's classical archaeology departments, classics departments. And nobody in classics departments had heard of my dad, so I said, I'm going to go do ancient Greek stuff where I don't have to look like some little Nepo baby, right? I can actually do stuff on my own and build my own name. And so that's when I started doing ancient Greek stuff. And I'm an expert in ancient Greece. I work on projects all over the ancient Greek world. And when you talk about the modern version of what Atlantis is, it takes this Greek myth, it's not really a myth, but it takes this Greek story, and it then says that it talks about the Ice Age. And I'm one of the only people in the world, there's a few I'm sure besides me, but I'm one of the only ones who has really a whole lot of hands-on experience with the archaeology of the Greek world and the archaeology of the Ice Age world.
Interesting.
And so I can, because they're not taught in the same department. Archaeology is a huge field.
Right.
And there's millions of sites. Nobody can cover everything.
It's not. There's very few people that are multidisciplinary in that sense.
And so in that sense, I realized, look, this stuff is so popular right now.
Yeah.
Somebody that can actually talk about the hands-on evidence and describe it in a real way that represents the field. Because, you always have to worry when you're talking about a field that's not your own, or a subdiscipline that's not your own, that even though I'm a scholar, I'm misrepresenting it. I don't want to do that, right? I would say that this happens sometimes with archaeology, where you get somebody who's writing a big book, the overall picture of archaeology, and they're familiar with this stuff, but they're less familiar with that stuff, and therefore they make mistakes. It's accidental. And so I don't want to do that, so, I try to focus on what my expertise is, right? And so that's where I got started. And so... So I'm reading more and more on Atlantis because, it's not something you're taught in school.
That's so interesting, man. Your specialty just happens to line up perfectly with the story of Atlantis.
Exactly.
Greek classical period and the archaeology that goes back to when it apparently existed, the Ice Age.
Exactly. That's why I started getting... And at the same time, I'm active on social media. I've always done a lot of Twitter threads that people read and stuff like that.
And I think you do a great fucking job, man. I think you really do. You're a tremendous communicator. You're really good at explaining this stuff, and you
check out my YouTube.
You've done, yeah. I'm gonna link it below, and it's crazy how diabolical the backlash has been towards you online.
I don't know what to say. I'm just trying to tell the truth. I'm not even trying to tell the
stunning.
truth.
I'm sitting here with you, listening to you. You're super reasonable. You make so much sense. You've done the fucking work. You've eaten the gruel, and you studied this stuff your whole goddamn life. And I don't see where it's coming from. I just don't understand it. So that's why I'm trying to ask you more about the Graham origin.
Yeah. So how did I get into that? So I started researching.
Why is there so much hate towards you?
That's a different question. Look, I think I don't actually quite understand it myself. I think that people really like the narrative Graham tells, because Graham, look, let's be honest, he's an amazing storyteller. You read his books, they're very compelling. I mean, like I said, he's gotten now archaeologists into archaeology. Like, there's no denying his ability to tell a story. He is gifted, and he's a great public speaker as well. Yeah. And so, I'm not denying that, and he's a smart guy, and when I met him, he was kind and everything, right? But a lot of people, he's developed a fan club, I guess, of people that are just really attached to these ideas, and they don't like the idea of being told that they could be wrong. And I don't quite understand why that's the case, but it is the case. And I wish people would simmer down a little bit, because I'm just trying to, really my main goal is to share what archaeology is. As I think I started on Joe's podcast, one of the things I've learned over the years of communicating with the public is nobody really gets what we do today. The only way you understand archaeology is if you took it at university level, because it's not taught in kindergarten through 12th grade. It's not taught at university unless you choose to take that class. And so nobody understands it, and a lot of the popular communicators for archaeology, they're not archaeologists. Even the ones who try to do a good job with it, like who don't want to say they know more than the archaeologists. Because there's some people, and Graham does this, he says, he's right, archaeologists are wrong. He says that in Ancient Apocalypse all the time. He's like, I am overturning the paradigm of history, which means we're all wrong and he's right? And so there's a lot of YouTubers that do that as well. They say, I'm right, but this discipline with tens of thousands of people that have been working for 200 years, they're all wrong. And it's like, this is a problem. The public understanding of what I do is totally warped, and not just by them, it's by people who don't think we're wrong, by people who think we're right. But a lot of the biggest channels that share archaeology on YouTube, some of my friends, I'm not like David Miano. He's a historian. He has a PhD in ancient historian. He's an amazing historian, and he's an amazing public communicator. But because he doesn't have the same level of archaeological experience, he's not presenting it in the same way I would, having that depth of experience, if you see what I mean. And so I don't think he's doing anything wrong, but it means that the perspective of an archaeologist is not represented, if you see what I mean, in the public consciousness. And so, on most of the big YouTube channels, most of the big authors on archaeology, with few exceptions, are historians, or they're people that somehow want to challenge our field. And so it's like, that's an issue. We need to have people that know the field really well sharing it with the public. Eric Klein is one of several. Jennifer Raff, she has a great book on the peopling of the Americas. So there are real legit archaeologists that are doing big things and becoming famous for it. Bestsellers. They have lectures on YouTube. I have a video with Jennifer Raff coming out actually next week. Just had one with Eric Klein. And so, but my goal is to get an archaeological perspective out there, because archaeology is not history. We're dealing with the material sources, those statues of Socrates that don't talk to you. If you see what I mean, you don't have those words there. And so,
Amin was telling me he did an archaeological dig in Israel.
Yeah, I think he said Megiddo.
Megiddo.
Eric Klein worked there. He did not remember him, so
really?
I couldn't get any words on him. Yeah,
interesting.
Eric Klein directed the project.
He said that there was astrological zodiacs. There were zodiacs on the ceilings of the temples there.
I have no idea. We could ask, like I said, Eric Klein would be the person to ask because he directed the project and he's published on it.
Right.
It's a book, I think, like Excavating Armageddon or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Can we talk about this shit?
Oh, Jesus. That's by some people who think that all archaeologists are wrong.
Maybe you can...
Is that a real one?
No, this is a 3D print.
Okay, good.
I've never heard you talk about this. This is the one thing I cannot get a reasonable explanation for. Because these things, from my understanding, and I had my friend Matt came in here and brought like a couple dozen of these things that he purchased. And they're made out of like red granite, and they had them measured in light scanners at an big aerospace company. And they found out that they are completely, perfectly symmetrical within the deviation is like within less than the width of a human hair. Yeah, and that's measuring like literally in here, the dimension between the opening, the edge here, and then all around the whole thing is like so perfectly symmetrical. It had to have been made on like a CNC machine today.
I disagree with them. Sorry.
Sorry, guys. What part do you disagree with?
I have. Let's see. I have. I'm trying to eventually do a video on this,
okay.
But it's not my specialty. I am not an Egyptologist, but I've been talking with people who study this material from archaeological sites, right?
Okay.
So this is something. It's something that right now I'm focusing on Atlantis, so it might take a year before I do a video on this. But here's some initial thoughts.
Okay.
Let's just go with initial thoughts, and this is just me having seen a few videos that these people have done.
Okay. So your expertise is not involved in like Egypt or Egyptology.
No, I worked in Abydos when I was an undergrad, so a long time ago. When I was, before I really got into my expertise and stuff like that. Right. At the time, I did a lot of digital mapping. I've done a lot of digital mapping. I've designed large-scale GIS and database systems for projects, and so that's what I was doing at that time before I got into environmental archaeology. And so I was at Abydos, which is, that's one of the major pre-dynastic cemeteries right before the next dynasty that built the pyramids. Okay. So it's where a lot of these stone vessels come from.
And they also the consensus is that these things from 4,000 to 5,000 years ago. And I believe the lathe, correct me if I'm wrong, but we know that the Egyptians didn't. The earliest we know they had the lathe was 1,300 years BC, 13 BC.
I don't know. I don't know that.
That's what I heard. Maybe we can
I
fact
talked
check that.
briefly with Matt on Twitter, but I think that we do know that they had rotating devices like a ceramic wheel around that time. So they're
around 5,000 BC.
Yeah, and in the Near East and in that area, I think around that time, even in Egypt, they had the ceramic wheel. So to assume that they would not use something that rotated around to make a stone vessel is a big assumption, if you see what I mean. I don't think any reason to assume that. We also have tomb paintings that show how these are being made with a drill that you rotate around. And so with a flint drill bit and stuff like that.
Really?
Yeah.
Paintings of a drill bit?
Yeah.
Really?
And we have reconstruction. I just saw them in the British Museum.
Ancient Egyptians used lathes. Used lathes for a variety of reasons.
I'd be careful with the term lathe, though. I'd be careful with the term lathe because that isn't.
Okay. Egyptians developed a two-person lathe around 1300 BC.
Yeah, and I'd also be careful with Google. I'd go with
scholarship. Of course, right.
Especially AI stuff.
Yeah.
But they certainly, before 1300 BC, there's a stone painting that I saw a depiction of just now, recently in the British Museum. I was there and I was looking at some of these stone vessels.
How would we search for this if we wanted to find it on YouTube? Or on Google, rather. Like a Egyptian tomb painting of a drill?
Stone vessels, maybe?
Oh, look. Is this what you're talking about?
It's something else with the drill. That's the one on the left is, I think, an example of drilling a stone vase. There's several of them, actually. It's not just one. There's a bunch of different examples of people making stone vases. And in the British Museum, they had flint artifacts that were the drill bits themselves, and they reconstructed it on the wood and stuff like that. And so they had a whole section on exactly how these vases were made, as the Egyptians themselves described it, if you see what I mean.
Yes.
Now, don't get me wrong, these tomb paintings are later, because at the time that some of these really early ones were made, they weren't painting their tombs. It's just how it was.
Right.
And so, but later on, they show what they do to make stone vases. And there's a YouTube channel, Scientists Against Myths. It's a few Russian scientists who have reconstructed stone vases.
I watched it. It was terrible. The recreation
stuff.
they made, it took them years.
Well, okay, because
and they did a terrible fucking job. It was awful.
They had one that measures more accurate than the ones that Uncharted X.
No, they didn't. I watched the video.
They have several videos. You need to find one of their more recent ones where they actually make one where they do the measurements, and it's more accurate than the measurements Uncharted X.
Steve, you gotta find it. Because I watched one recently.
I don't know which video it is, because they have several videos on this topic, but they definitely have a video where it's more accurate. And just because something takes years, Danny, by people who are trying to figure out how to do it as they go, when there's an industry of people that have passed on over generations how to do something, they know how to do it, right? They have the expertise of having made many of them, so it won't take them years.
Sure.
And remember, these guys are just doing it in their free time. There's a difference between somebody doing it as a job versus doing it in their free time. You need to find out Scientists Against Myths.
Oh. Steve, see if you can just find it. We'll keep going.
So that's one reason I have an issue with this Scientists Against Myths.
So how were they able to get it so goddamn perfect?
Well, I think it just has to do with the circularity of spinning something. You make a compass and you spin it around, you make a perfect circle. You know
within 1/1000th
of
an inch variation.
That should do that. Yeah.
With that kind of and how do people?
That's how a compass works.
What tools did they use? Like what kind of drill bits did they use? And what kind of?
I think for these they used flint.
And it was all by hand?
It's something that's spun. And they might have had a pallet they put it on. I don't really know. That's something we can't tell.
And these handles that were built into it with the tubes that go through, like with the holes
drill
that go through.
Now that's actually one of my problems. One of my problems is every single one of these I've seen. This is a replica.
These are a little bit off.
Or something's off. Sometimes you can look inside and you can see bits where it's not perfect inside, where the drill bit has left an impression. So that tells me you can see
the insides are more imperfect than the outside.
Yeah, which if you're doing it with a modern machine wouldn't happen, right? And so one of the things that I would say is I also think that they're measuring this with the wrong technology. These scanning light measurements, they should be using CT scans. That's kind of the standard.
They do that too.
Good.
They do that too. But the aerospace. I think it was light scanners or something. That whatever they did was able. That was the one that was able to measure the variation and how symmetrical it actually is.
Well, no, it's just about capturing it 3D. You can do that with anything.
And the thickness of the walls and how
CT scan gets that.
And how thick it is on this side versus
that. CT scan should do that even
side.
better. What a CT scan does is it shoots X-rays through it. A series of X-rays.
Right.
That's what the computerized tomography, I think, is what it stands for. So it shoots a series of X-rays through something to get fully measured the inside, outside, down to the most precise measurements.
Right.
It is the state of the art for us doing kind of measurements in archaeology at precision levels.
Okay.
That is what I use. I know people that do this with animal bones. I know people that do it with pretty much everything, just to get tiny little anatomical differences to be able to see if a goat was moving up and down a mountain.
So with the naked eye.
Okay, so let's talk about this. So what do you want to ask? You want to ask me something first?
You're saying that they did this out of granite by hand, with the naked eye, no measuring.
Think about it like this, Danny.
Within 1/1000th of an inch.
Well, let me explain why. It's just like a compass. You have a compass.
That's another question. Why? Why does it have to be so perfect?
Well, it's just the way they're making it that makes it so perfect, is what I'm trying to explain. When you have something that's rotating around, so you have the drill, and then you have the bit that comes out here. That's at a set distance from the center of that. It's the radius of a circle, if you see what I mean. As it spins around, it's just making a perfect circumference. Just like how a compass works. You don't need high tech to do that. It's just the motion of creating it in a circular way that's going to naturally make it reasonably perfect, if you see what I mean. It's not like they're pounding at it. If you're pounding at it to make it, or you're you're jamming something in there to go tink, 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 tink. Like imagine like using like a pick, right? If you're doing that, making something perfect is going to be pretty much impossible.
So is that what the Egyptologists, the conventional Egyptologists say about these? They were made on circular
bits. So drill that's moving around circular
drill bits.
Yeah.
But how did they open it up on the? I'm sorry. How did they open it up on the inside?
Well, you put something in and then you attach it. So there's a wooden thing going in, and you attach the drill bit on it so that it circles around. If you're making
wood,
the thing you're spinning is wood, and stone is attached to it.
So there's so they put a
think
stone,
about it like this.
and they somehow go like that and hollow out the inside of the granite.
Well, they put the lever. Let's go back to those tomb paintings. They show them best. Let's look at the actual ancient Egyptian evidence of how they tell us they made these.
Okay.
Like let's stick with the evidence, guys.
Yeah.
This is what I say. Go from the known to the unknown.
No, I totally understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So it's something exactly like that.
Yeah, I mean that was the tool.
Well, how did they suck so bad at drawing, but they were so good at making?
Oh, they didn't suck at drawing. Remember, these
Come on, compared to this,
dude,
they can do this, but that's what they're drawing.
Art is not value judgments. But so that's the thing that comes down. You're spinning that around. At the bottom of that are these drill bits that are attached that rotate around.
Okay.
Right? Do you see what I mean? So that's a different kind of drill with a bow, and that lets you go back and forth with the bow to make it spin very quickly and effortlessly. So that's a bow drill right there.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
you see what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
So that's sort of how these this kind of drilling technology, it's around for thousands of years. This is a really, and not just in Egypt, elsewhere too.
I would have to I would have to see somebody use this and create something like this that's perfect.
And to answer the question of how can you fit the bit in there, the same thing would be true if you made it on a machine. You still have to figure out how to get the thing in there.
Of course.
Yeah,
sure.
So that's not an issue. We know that whether they made it on a machine or whether they did it by hand, they were able to get a damn drill bit in there that could go around in a circle to get it to work. Right? And so, obviously, look, now that takes a long time. That's a lot of effort to do that by hand.
And there's thousands of them.
But it's doable. Yeah, but dude, they have a lot of people who are constructing these over thousands of years, by the way. It wasn't like there's thousands of them constructed in a 10-year span. We're saying there's thousands of them constructed in a several thousand-year span. Do you see what I mean? So I don't know why that's such a huge issue, because, look, these pharaohs and wealthy people, they had huge numbers of people that they controlled and could have work.
It's just that the perfection is ungodly.
And that's why I think we sometimes, in our world with modern technology, we underestimate our ancestors. You know,
but we can't even do it now. Like that's my point. That's the whole argument for them being more like an advanced civilization making this something.
Or rather, they were smart people with simple technology and effort to make that. Is what they were. They were smart, skilled people who had a tradition of how to do this, and they did it. You know, like these were people like you and me who are as smart as you and me. They just don't have the technology around us that other people created, by the way, that we use in our day-to-day lives. And so, you know, they had their own technology and they knew how to master it. The people in the past were fucking smart. They lived in a tough environment and they survived and thrived.
What do you make of the giant saw blade marks in some of those stones that are found around the pyramids? Like there's giant stones with like perfect cuts that look like they were done with circular saws that you can fit a credit card into. And they even measured the depth of it, and it's like a circular, the depth gets deeper towards the middle, and like it looks just like a circular saw did it.
So look, I mean, some of this is, I find it silly because people say this about the Egyptians, but like the Romans also have those same perfect cuts. The Greeks have those same perfect cuts. We don't assume they couldn't do that stuff. So why is it that we assume the Egyptians couldn't? That's kind of one of my...
I'm saying, like, what is the, like, this stuff. Look at that.
Yeah, dude, that's just very careful, slow.
Look at the one with the three cuts.
Yeah, they realized they fucked up and they went and did it again.
How the hell did they do that?
Well, so they probably had, you know, a saw blade with copper, but then they used water and sand. Because the copper is not, it's not dense enough, so it's going to wear down really badly. It's actually the granite sand and other kinds of sand that you put there. And again, Scientists Against Myths and others have done a lot of videos on this that show that you can cut through very precisely and slowly, no doubt, and you are going to use a lot of copper blades because they wear down eventually. But if you use sand and water there, you can saw very, very precisely through stuff, through hard granite. It's just, you know, I mean, people have done it. I know they look cool. I'm not denying that.
It's mind-blowing.
I don't doubt that these people could do it because they were smart and they had time. They had time and expertise is what they had. You know, I mean, people will say the same thing about us in the future. They're going to be like, how the hell did they make these highways? That was so much work. And it's like, well, yeah, it was a lot of work, but we did it. You know, with the technology we had. In the future, they'll have some faster way to do that